Do, do. Oh. Oh. Oh shit, I gotta cut. Hold on. Hold on. We gotta cut these. Do. There we go. That's loud though. Holy dicks. Jeremy! Keep it down! Just kidding, Jeremy. You do a good job. Alright. Let's jump in. We have a lot of refactoring to do today. But I think we have a strong possibility of finishing off the day with the new flavors intact, everything updated, and the radar graph in place of the flavor profile that we had before. Fingers crossed. Like I really don't expect any major hitches. If anything, it's just gonna be a lot of, okay, this needs to be updated, this has to be updated, this function is out of date, that kind of thing. Posted Twitter today. Need to do that more, especially now that we're not working in a fucking spreadsheet all day. Live updating our ingredient flavors. Working in engine again rather than sitting in a spreadsheet for 3 days. Game div. That'll do it. That'll do it. All right. Where are we starting today? Let me think. Actually, I did not push any of these changes. All right. Good, we'll save it all for today then. We'll start off the day by going into the ingredient data, flavors, and changing all these to integer. This is gonna break some things. Gonna break a lot. Go! Oh right, now is it even gonna allow me to play? Open all error blueprints. Oh boy. Alright, that's the first one. This is for scoring the main potion. Oh, we'll have to break commission too. Oh, fuck. This is gonna break so much shit. What a day. Yeah, I have to change commission first before I modify that. I might make a separate structure because I don't want to have to copy this 4 more times. That's just going to be unwieldy. What I could do as well is change it into an array. Where we'll take the enum for the flavor and then value, threshold, and allowance. And that way you could have multiple. Because otherwise, you know, even if I make this into a separate structure, it's going to be, you know, taking what is right now 9 values and boosting that up to 21. Do we want that? No. No, I do not want that. So instead, change this into commission flavor requirement. We should have a flavor enum. Flavor. Value. Threshold. Flavor allowance. Allowance type. So we'll do that, and then we'll delete these. Which is also going to fuck a lot of things up. Oh, fuck. I'm pretty sure it's going to delete the... flavor requirements from here. Yeah. Then we'll add a variable for commission. Flavor requirement. Array. Flavor requirements. Can we not start off the day by crashing Unreal? Can we not? Especially when I'm saving. Kill me. If we end up with corrupted assets today, I'm gonna lose it. Jesus Christ. Okay. That's weird that I remade flavor requirements, but huh. Like I completely remade it. There's no default value here. But this filled the array. It's like it was trying to fix itself, but you know, obviously it couldn't. Very odd. Well, I mean, we'll go back through this at some point. I'm not going to mess with this until we have everything fixed. Yeah, the whole flavor thing is going to have to be remade because now we have an array. I will just I'll just delete it. Remake it from scratch. Come on. Come on up. There we go. Yeah, we'll drag that back out once we have it made. Okay. What do I want to do here? Check all flavor requirements. I did a for loop between 0 and 2 for the 3 flavors. Because we have an array, instead what we will do is loop through the commission's flavor requirements. So now we'll have an unknown number of them. Sorry. Allergic to refactors is what it is. We could save that to a local variable for the currently tested flavor requirement. We probably should, because I feel like we're going to be using that. Currently tested flavor requirement. Do we want to do a switch or do we want to do a select? Probably a select. Get these lined up. Value threshold. If there's no flavor allowance, oh yeah, if there's none, that means that there's a threshold. We'll need to check if in range. I wonder if there's one for, yeah, there is in range. The value. There'll be a minimum and a maximum. Inclusive. Hit add. I think that's correct. This is still gonna have a lot of spaghetti mess, unfortunately. Not a whole lot I can do about that. With some of the nodes the way they are. I can collapse them. We could collapse. No, we don't want to check this value. Hold on. I want to check this value. Conveniently creating spaghetti. That looks correct. Allow all above. That's a little bit simpler. You know, instead of a switch, I could have done a select here as well, but I think I'd kind of like to keep some of the execution nodes separate for the sake of puffing copium with readability. Allow all above. We just need to check if this is greater than or equal to this value. Yeah, there's spaghetti here. Stop doing that. But I think that'll do it. I don't know why we use this. I don't think we need to use that. Flavor requirement met, right? That's the one? Okay, yeah. And then we handle that here, okay. Well, we'll have to check. We'll have to test this again. Build extra flavor responses. Ah, that's right. That's one of the newer functions we wrote. We made a compare floats macro. I wouldn't mind doing this for integers. Well, that's a good thing. I already did it for integers. That saves me a little bit of time. Compare integers. Do a select node again. It looks like we'll have to refactor the flavor response requirement so that the amount is a integer. Flavor response requirement. Do we see it? Here it is. Alright, and then we plug that in here. A little bit of spaghetti, but should work. Now it says the function library is okay. What it says. We don't need that. Okay, so as far as I know, nothing else here is messed up. I hope. Yeah, we had issue here with the update potion brew. This is very similar to the scoring the main potion. In fact, it is a piece for piece copy. So we could in fact copy from the function library. Why is that there actually? Oh, I know why. It's because when we it's actually for the test map, the alchemy table test map, where I gamified the commissions a bit, and then it showed green or red if you had succeeded or failed it. Yeah, it's kind of legacy remnant stuff, but I'll still update it. Not a big deal. or each loop. Played a bit of Witchfire last night. Pretty good. Pretty good. I think the start is a little rough, but once you start to get going, it picks up. And it plays pretty well. Reminds me a lot of like Shadow Warrior plus Dark Souls a little bit. Pretty fun. I played some more of that over the weekend. What's a variable? Currently tested flavor requirement. Some of this stuff probably should be pushed to functions. I don't have to deal with copying code like this. Well, let's worry about that for vertical slice, shall we? There's a bunch of band-aid patches down here. Don't touch it. Don't touch it or it breaks. Same here. I don't even want to look at this. Do you compile? You do? Good. Moving on. Crashing and then moving on. There's something with structures. This is by far not the first time that this has happened when refactoring structures. Something gets lost in translation. What I need to do is try to build the game tonight, because I guarantee there's going to be some nodes causing some problems with the refactored structures that will not show themselves until I try to build. Alchemy table, do you compile? You do. Cauldron ingredients. I'm going to, well, I only have 4 widgets left. I need to replace these with the radar graph, but I don't know what style of radar graph we want yet. I haven't really thought about it. I think what I'll do is I'll add the radar chart to the flavor box. But I'm not going to delete the old stuff yet. And I guess we'll just use... I don't know, I've never worked with this before. I guess let's figure it out. I'd like it to be similar size to what we had before. but we're going to need 7 labels, 7 segments. Sweetness, bitterness, sourness, earthiness. I think what I'm going to do is call them on the... I'm just going to call them these words. I'm not going to use the ness because it's just going to be... It's going to look kind of bad. So I'll just call them sweet, bitter, sour, earthy, savory, salty, spicy. Then what I'll do is, because unfortunately this is a copied... Oh, hold on, let me think here. I wonder if I could refactor this a bit. Like, if we're here, if we're doing this, I have a flavor widget. Oh, I know why. Yeah, but I could work around that. I think the reason, yeah, okay, because this one is horizontal laid out, right? Like the. But do I need that anymore? I did it to save space. Because here the words are above, and over here they are next to each other for safe, or for space saving. I need that though. Build flavor. I think I could refactor and have one flavor widget being used everywhere. A little bit of extra work, but much cleaner. Something I should have done. Yeah, it's the right move. So refactor this first. Where can I show labels? Show label name. We don't have icons yet. Sweet, bitter, sour, earthy. Savory, salty, spicy. Kind of like for the values to be next to. Like that. So that's somewhere we can show the value of the you know, the amount that the ingredient has. So I'd like to show that number. because that's above. Let's delete these. It's a little bit chunky, isn't it? Especially here where I wanted to, I specifically wanted to save space. This is going to complicate things a little bit. I don't really know a way around that. Because this is 1-for-1, so this is how big it's going to be on your screen. That's pretty small. Admittedly, it is quite small. Zero 25. Yeah, we want 3 dividers. Because each divider is going to represent 25. We can put a ruler on here. And I temporarily give these, values. Here we go. A lot of these will be at 0. It might look a little funny. Yeah, it's like, that's gonna look funny shit. I didn't think about that. I wonder if there's like a minimum, because if we just gave each that were... What we could do is we could draw, if the value is 0, we could draw it as 5. Just so that we get those blue lines in a case like this. Otherwise, it's going to look really weird. What's a good example? Bitter 60, earthy. Okay, bitter 60. It's literally gonna look like this, otherwise. Or, if the value is 0, we show it minimum 5. That way there's at least some blue that you can use as a reference point. Or, idea. And we set the minimum and maximum value. It's a normalization scale, but that's not really what I want. Give that quite the outline. I think it's gonna be hard to see. We won't do icons, at least for not for the moment. We should do values. But then if we show separators, that's gonna look messy. The thing is, because it's a... I could make the player be able to hover over a specific point to be able to see what that value is. I don't know how to do that, I just know that I can do that. Yeah, there's label buttons. Weird though, it can't show. How do I show the values? I can't find it. Value. There is a value font. Oh, I see. Snap. Okay, I see. Hold on. It's in text settings of the values. Okay. Hold the phone. Unfortunately, that would show 5 for those. It almost might be better to use some sort of hover over. Oh, I don't know what to do. I do not know what to do. Let me throw in an icon. I could say custom normalization. I'm curious what happens if I do that and set values to 0 like intended. Yeah, kind of what I thought. Do custom layout. Not really gonna help me though. You know, do I have that demo map still downloaded? I don't know. Let me download that again, because maybe there's a version in there that I can say, oh yeah, that would work perfectly. Or if there's the demo map in here, maybe. I mean, it is a plugin. I doubt it, but you never know. No, there's just the sea. Select effects. Actually, effects would be pretty interesting. We are making potion combat. Oh, let's take a look at those. Well, there are example projects. We'll see if I need that. For now, I'm gonna check the demo. Yeah, do any of these jump out at us as like this would be a good one? I like the labels on this. The points on here are nice too. This one is pretty readable. I do not mind this one. But we could always do this too for... Yeah, the mouse interaction is nice. The base label. Huh. Maybe I will download the example project. Okay, what does this open up? BP HUD trigger. Yeah, I'd like to see the charts here. Visual examples? Was that the one? That's one of them. Complex examples. This one specifically was really cool. Chart hover. Do you have to select like a class? Interaction. Okay, so you specifically turn on the interaction you want. Yeah, it is creating a hover tooltip widget. Setting that as tooltip. Adding to the viewport. It's right off screen. And then it's setting the position in viewport. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. I do like that. I think it makes those very easy to read. Hey, just Gordon. Give me ink clap. Exactly. Huh. Okay, I'll try to do that, I guess. What am I seeing? We're working on a radar chart for our flavor. And I'm just trying to figure out how this all works. Is there any way that I could just copy that temporarily? I'm unsure if that's exactly what I want. How do I get them to work as buttons, or are they just by default going to work as buttons? Or is that because he specifically enabled? Where did he do that though? How was it an interaction? Hoverable, pressable, clickable. How do you get the values in there though? Oh, there's like two okay, I see. You add another layer. So if I were to delete this layer. I see. I see. Okay, another question. How do we get these points at the end? These pins. No, I don't mind these pins, but I kind of want I want the dot pins. Like here. These dot pins are much cleaner to me. Actually, these value pins are perfect. We're gonna steal them. How do I do it? How do I do it? How do I get them? Gotta be somewhere. Is it the label? No. I mean, props for having so many configurable options. I do have to say. It's just a little hard to find. It's not the labels. Okay, is it in here? Show shape. No. Show outline. Like, they have pins, but must be handled somewhere else. I'm just missing where it's handling this. It shows decimal. Maybe if I look up like decimal. Value label decimal point. So it isn't label, but it's in advanced? It's not this. It cuts bird. I'm struggling just trying to figure out where this is handled. Is that is it a separate widget? Is that maybe what's confusing me? Trying to figure out where these, how it's putting these values with the border. I mean, it is a border. Oh, it's in values text settings button. I see now. This valid strategy for games? What? It is small as shit though. Say anybody who make return game. Hey Tanique. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Anybody who make return, do you mean like, wait. What do you mean, Casper? You heard him? Okay, yeah. Explain this meme to me. Oh, nice fish. Okay. It's in value. It's in the value layers for the text settings. It has a button. What are you doing? I am trying to set up a radar widget for our ingredient flavors. And I'm struggling with this plugin, just trying to learn how this widget works and everything. So this is a taste scale? Yeah, exactly. That's exactly how it is. We just set this all of our ingredients up yesterday. And there's a couple problems I'm running into. For instance, we have like a lavender here, right? Like just lavender you would pick out of the ground. And obviously that's going to be pretty bitter and earthy if you were to taste it. But visually, that's what it looks like because I don't have any values in between. So it just looks like two sticks. That's one thing we have to fix. For what would it be? So when you make, you're going around the world and picking up ingredients like these, you can use them in potions, of course. And they, the ingredients you use in the potions will affect the flavor of the resulting potion. And previously we only had 3. We had sweetness, bitterness, and sourness. Now we have 7 flavors. And I wanted a different way to showcase that, apart from these scale values, which were kind of awkward to look at. And the radar chart looks more interesting to me. Things like this. And I'm just trying to learn how to set that up, how to make it look good. And there are a lot of options I can change. An awful lot of them. I see. So we can only have... I see. Kind of like this one too, actually, where it's showing these. Just check Cauldron Chronicles. Looks like Skyrim a lot, but the graphics are much. What do you mean? The skill will be each eatable thing in the game. Yeah, so you will be able to eat the ingredients to find out some of the effects, but they're primarily used for potions, so combining them. And it is kind of pulled from like Skyrim in the way that you combine ingredients and you're looking to match ingredient effects, and then that will have the ingredient, or the resulting potion will have the effects that were matched on the ingredients that you put in. We did a big refactor today. We completely changed our effects and our flavors. So, you know, we have effects now like immolation, poison, concussive blast, strength boost. But now I need to implement those into the game. And I needed some cool way to show the flavors. I'm thinking something like this. Or like one of these will look nice. I do like it showing the values right by a pin. These are all different radar graph styles. And we're going to be trying to use that with our 7 flavors here. Sweetness, bitterness, sourness, earthiness, savoriness, saltiness, and spiciness. Although I'm not a fan of how it's rotating the labels, personally. I think I prefer these. Spiciness, like when you eat a spicy pepper, like the capsaicin. Because we might have some ingredients that are spicy. And if, I guess maybe some NPCs will ask you for a spicy potion. That's possible. Maybe there's an elf who only likes spicy potions for some reason. A spicy elf. It could be funny. I do like it. But these labels don't control the values. It would be specifically these. I see. Okay, so snap is what does it for the value. Let me see here then. I want it to show 0. Can I tell it not to show 0? Up a standard of it. For example, you can take a bread and scale its characteristics. Scales normally from 50 out of 100 for each. You can comfortably make it for each eating. I think some sort of standard would be nice. But first I need to figure out how to use this. Because I'm confused about some of these things. Like, can I hide 0 values here? If I can't, that's going to look kind of awkward. One of the the options I had was to show, even if the values are 0, to show them as 5, so that we at least get some blue lines in here. At least we have some. It's easier to see visually. The problem is that if I wanted to show values anywhere, now it's going to show 5. I don't really know if there's any way I can fix that. It works like you show all values or not. Yeah, I think it's just all, like you said, it's either all or nothing. But I don't like that if the values are 0, which, there's no, it's lavender, right? It's a plant. It's not going to be spicy. How do I make it so that we don't have it looking just like white lines? Because if we show values, it's fine. But if we don't have any visual... If there's nothing to observe here, then we might as well not have the radar chart at all. We might as well just show values. Sirach will have 0, not even 1. Yeah, it's like... There's no sourness to... Yeah, exactly, like a rock. Or, I don't even know, we have tons of different animal parts and stuff. Or like walnuts. Like we have walnuts. Well, walnuts aren't spicy. They're not savory. If we have multiple, if we have like, I don't know. Like this one, right? This toadstool cooked. It has enough values spread out that we should get blue connectors between them. But some of these only have 1 or 2 things that they are. And because of that, we can't get blue lines from that. But even if there's 1, I don't know if that would show blue lines even. It's barely noticeable. They have to at least be like 5 or to be kind of noticeable. Yeah, we did the sheet for everything. We just finished with that yesterday. I'd like to try to fix it here and not in the data. Because we need the data to be consistent for calculation purposes, for the potion making. Here though, I'd like to show it in some better way. But I don't know if we can. Yeah, I don't think so. I have nothing. I have no solution that I think would work. If we want to display the numbers. If we don't want to display the numbers, I can get away with it. But I'd like to display the numbers. And it is either all of them or none of them get shown. So I can say, hey, if you're under 5, you know, if you're at 5 or below, don't show the value. I think. I actually don't know what functions this has. Get value layers. I get there's specifically the labels though. No. Radar chart value. Doesn't even show anything. Just a picture in a line scale, but yeah, it looks interesting. I mean, I guess in my head when I was thinking, oh, this would be a cool way to show flavor. But then I guess it's really just an issue. It's not an issue with this at all. Like the chart's fine. It's just that I don't have enough data. Because, you know, how am I supposed to have enough data for a bell pepper? You know, well, a bell pepper is just sweet. It's not bitter, it's not sour, it's not earthy, savory, salty, spicy. It is just sweet. It's a sweet pepper. It's like tasting sweet water. But because I don't have enough data points, the radar chart kind of falls flat. Unless I give it some minor values. Set value. Yeah, I mean, when building the radar chart, I could forcefully tell it, if the value equals 0, actually display it as value 5. I can do that. But the issue is I can't hide that from the player. I can't say actually this value is 0 unless I were to make a separate widget, which we could do. Is to make a tooltip. It would be really fucking awkward, but I could do that. What do you think about temperature? In what way? Unhovered. Okay, I see. So unhovered, we get the source of the value layer index. I assume that that's grabbing specifically these labels. Impose the zero value picture on the scale. Yeah, there are some ways that I think I can get around this. Basically, instead of showing the value itself, we could make this we can make a separate widget that appears when you hover over the label, like here. So we'll show on the screen that it's a minimum 5, but we'll pass through the real data, which is whatever it is, right? So yeah, we can do this. It's just going to be a little bit awkward. We have to rely on a custom widget tooltip rather than showing the values directly. Okay. It's gonna kind of suck. And we both know when players play it, they're going to be saying, why don't you just show the values directly? Well, I can't, because otherwise you'll see 5 even though there isn't 5. We'll write custom scripts, I think, is what we'll do. We'll just write our own. It's going to be really awkward, but we should be able to handle this. I hope. Alright, is there a default function for building these? Set values for layers. Or I could do... I'm gonna do a for each actually instead, or for loop. This will be better to do it this way. And we won't do set values for layer, we'll just do set value. It would be layer 0, value index will be the index of the current loop iteration, with that being the value. However, if the value is equal to 0, set the value to 5. Or space. So that should handle the proper building if the value that we get from this on this loop is equal to 0, we actually set it to 5 visually. Of course, we don't change anything in the data, otherwise that would mess up calculations. So visually it will appear as 5, but we're not going to be showing the values on the screen, we're going to be showing them on a separate tooltip, which we will build. We'll pass through that data, like is done here. On the hover tooltip, you can see that we plug in the wait, does it plug in value? Hold on, let me see. I think it's just showing index, but we should be able to grab the value at the index. I don't imagine that we couldn't. Yeah, see, it's just showing like layer and segments, but I believe we should have no trouble grabbing the the thing though, is I can't grab. Wait, how do I grab the values of the radar chart? Can I grab them at runtime? Oh. Find all the scripts in one additional script option that will force all values to at least be 5. We don't want to force them to be 5 though in the data. And the reason is that we need these values to be unchanged and unmodified. For calculation purposes, we only want to change the visual display. So what this does is it forces the minimum to be 5 visually. But for calculation purposes, the actual data, the raw data, remains unchanged. However, I can get the value index. Is there an actual way to grab the value, though? Are there any cases here where we have the value appear on a tooltip? None of these were interactable. That might not be possible, I don't know. No, because I have value appearing here. Okay, so how does that pass through value? Widgets. Not this one. I don't know which one appears here. Well, it appeared on the screen. It was like some HUD. Originally, you want to make it 5 only visually, so that the animation will remain. It's so that the blue lines appear. This is how lavender would look if we didn't have them set to 5 minimum. And it's really hard to tell that bitter is 60 and earthy is 30, especially if we remove the numbers, which we will have to do. So what we can do instead is set them minimum to 5, so that you have it looking like this, so that you can at least more easily tell that there's actually, it spikes off in that direction. Otherwise you have this. It's really hard to see. So it'll be fine. It'll be a little clunky. We know that we will need to fix this at some point. Not a big deal. It's this one. How did he set this up? Break radar chart value. How did he do that? Oh, I see. You can set up. I didn't know you could do that. Okay, I see. I see. I'm probably blocking a little bit, but you can see that there are pins you can specify that are visible, and if you don't select them, they won't be visible. This. It's good for conserving space. I didn't know you could hide and show values at will like that. Actually pretty cool. Could I have done that though this whole time? I could have. Wow, that would have made certain things a lot easier. Alright, well, let's not worry about it right now. I don't know why I never checked that, but apparently I could, you can just instantly hide all unconnected pins. That's cool. Because like here we have a lot of unconnected pins, right? I can just click on this and hide unconnected. Boom. Now it only shows effects. That's awesome. I love that. Okay. Okay. Let's not show rulers. I'm just going to set these to 5 so we can kind of get an idea of what these look like. What we want is we want labels at the end. So we do not want to show values here, but we do want to show labels. Basically these dots. Oh, I crashed the test. Wonderful. That's me. I know how to crash things. Very good at doing that. Where will the numbers be? The numbers will be on hover. I can pull this serene. I'll show you what it'll look like. Crash like the Bandicoot. On this test project, thank you. I appreciate it, you guys. Ooh. See, the real combo is you have to do the fart. You have to do the fart, the sniff, and then the moan in that combo. So the values are going to appear like here when you hover over the individual points. That's how we're going to show it to the player. Perfect. That's the perfect combo. Now we're cooking with oil. Switch on event source. Okay, so only on value pin, and that's on pressed. In fact, we would want that on hover, personally. Should I prepare all the ingredients? Yes, we already have them in the game. We already have like the alchemy system working. We just recently overhauled the ingredients, so now we have to refactor the flavor things. And I can't once we get that working and I don't have errors in my blueprints anymore, then we can play around with it and see how it works. But everything was working before. We just only had 3 flavors. Now we have 7 of them, and we have to. I'm refactoring the visualization of those. You'll be able to eat non-edible things. Yeah. I don't see why not. Let's start for now by may rename this to flavor chart. Hey, Uvi. Happy Friday. Will it be spoiled food? I don't think so. I don't think your food is gonna spoil. That doesn't seem like very fun to me. You know, if it's not too much work to implement, we might do it, but as a like hardcore option, but certainly not by default. Let's see, base label, base pin, value label, just so I can get a sense of how this works. and hovered. I'm gonna break some things just temporarily. So that the game compiles. Okay, what's erroring out here? Yeah, just break all these for the moment. But damn it. I just need I need the game to load up right now. Just don't crash. Maybe defects or pathologically bring illnesses like Ramid effects, or is it too hardcore to bring it as default? The potion making system is more of a sandbox, so it's less putting in like unique effects of things that happen and more making it so that your choices and what you decide to put into the cauldron determine what happens. And you can see our chart here. Although I don't like how it currently looks. And we don't have any of the hover events working. Why don't they work? I'm gonna choose nanite tessellation. We have nanite on the landscape. Our landscape is nanite. Stream sucks, delete it. You suck. I'm gonna delete you. Why are we still tinking with flavors? Because we actually need the flavors to work. Like, we set the values, now we need to actually put them into the game. And we have to do a lot of fixing for that, a lot of refactoring. But do we have fireball throwing? We will soon. We will soon. That is very soon on the docket. Right now, though, I want to know why the hovering is not functioning for this. Priorities. Well, this has to take priority. we can't have the game crashing when you try to run it. And right now it is not functioning because we have to overhaul flavors. Unless you would like to come in here and fix these for me. Why is that not working? Can I just throw flavor widget on the main screen? Cauldron potion panel, potion inventory. It's not triggering the hover on this. I wonder why. We should see it here. Is there a bug? Yes, it's a bug, but it was like an expected one. Because we took the initial 3, hey Anomalies, we took the initial 3 flavors, we made it 7. We then turned them from floats to integers. And we wanted to remake we needed to remake the widget that showed them. So we had to break things, and then we have to fix the things that we broke. So, for example, potions consisted of ingredients just like food, but the food didn't provide many benefits, making it useless. We don't have food in our game. You don't have to eat. We just have potions. You use your potions for NPCs. You use your potions for yourself. You use your potions for combat. Those are your tools. Eating you should do in real life, not in our game. Is it just not hit testable, maybe? No, it's set to visible. Non-hit testable self only. Can we pee? Don't think I will allow that at the moment. Let me do a widget reflector and see if... We'll just see if that's causing the issue. If not, something else is. Oh, the radar chart is visible. It should be triggering... Yeah, and we have the buttons. They are in focus. Weird. Very, very weird that that is not triggering interaction events. Oh. Because I didn't have them turned on. Even though I thought I did. Okay, base labels are hoverable, they are triggering. We do not have triggering on the values. Because we don't show pins. I'm gonna copy the pin appearance from this one, maybe. I like these. Although I don't have this texture, I don't think. It's fine, we can migrate that over. The only problem is it's gonna show those. Okay, so no pins. I want to talk about no pins. We do it instead on the labels. God, I've been struggling with this for 2 hours already. Time flies when you make no progress. The only potential issue is that we do have legitimate uses of 5 here. So what we'll do instead of passing through the value is we're going to pass through the index of the value. And we'll grab the index of the value from the current, I don't know, we'll save somewhere the flavor that we're looking at. Maybe in the radar chart itself. Yeah, that'll work. So like in the flavor widget, we're gonna save a copy of the flavor that we have when we build. So it'll be this. That way we'll call the flavor widget, we'll grab the current flavor, and that's how we determine what number to show on some tooltip that pops up. It's awkward, but it is what it is. Unless I am somehow able to hide the individual value appearances or something. I don't know. I do have appearance. Can I also get the show pins? Okay, hold the phone. hold the phone. Let me try something. On build flavor, let's promote the index to a local variable. Holds the phone. Current index. We're gonna get a bit freaky with this. We're gonna get a reference to the current index. Or no, wait, is it the value layer or the value? Yeah, we only have one value layer. We don't want to grab the current index of the value layer. What we want to grab instead is the no, because we wouldn't be able to change. We either show, yeah, because we either show all pins or we show none of them. I can't show pin for index 1 or 2 unless we made separate value layers and like put them on top of each other, but then I think it would look really weird. What I mean is we could have multiple layers here. But then we're gonna have like multiple lines unless we, well, hold on, we might actually have an option. What we could do is hide the outline somehow. Which will make it maybe a little bit less visible on first glance. How do I... I need them to not have like light edges, because maybe then we can... Yeah, we got rid of the edge lines, but there's still something weird with the texture. I need them to blend as like one blob. I don't know why it's there. Let me see. What's it doing that? Like getting lighter near the edges. Why does it do that? Is there any place here that they look normal and I can just see what their settings are? I don't know, pick any of them. I don't know what's going on with it. Don't look at me. Yeah, it looks normal here. I don't know. Let me just delete the value layers. Try putting a new one in. I don't think the issue is that it's getting lighter on the edges. It is not a single solid color. And I do not know why. And so if I add in another one, and I change values, we now have an issue. And even if I get rid of the outline, there's this weird shit happening. Maybe I just need to apply some just texture. Yeah, that fixes it. So it was an issue because it had no texture. Okay, so here's what we could do. Because by just looking at this, you cannot tell that there are two separate value layers. That gives us an opportunity to make multiple value layers, one for each value. And then we could hide the dots from the ones that we don't want to have shown. right? Yeah, but then they wouldn't connect. What am I thinking? What am I thinking we could do? Let me try to set it up in the way that I envision this potentially working. Basically, we have the values of 5, 60, I think this would be 40. We want the dots, but what we want to do we only want to show these 2 dots, right? We still want to show these at 5. But we only want to show these 2 dots. So we take this second layer, which I think would appear over the top of it. We put it in the background. This one does not have the labels. Correct. The one that does have the labels is this one, where we have every value, the nothing, yeah, but it would still show the labels of 0. Like, how can we... Is there any way to hide the label if it's 0? I was thinking we could do this, and that way we technically have multiple layers, but only one of them, or only the ones that need to be showing a label are showing a label. But because we can't hide them at 0, we basically get fucked. Yeah, I don't think there's any way to cheat it. So I can delete raw values. I can only show one value, but I can't tell which index it's going to be at. Of course, that doesn't really work. It has to match the amount of sections. Can't set some like ridiculous value, right? Because they'll just appear in the middle there still. that would just make them show at the edges. No, there's no way that I can cheat this. It's either one or all of them. I wonder if I could contact the creator of this. Got a forum page. I mean, I could ask. I could just say, hey, is there a way to do this? Like, there's a ruler, you know, option to hide the 0 unit, but there isn't a way to do that with labels, as far as I can tell. Sadly. Hmm. Damn, that would be so perfect, because then I could... I could just show the labels that I would want to show. Yeah, there's no way to do what I want to do. Okay, so we can't show the dots, unfortunately. There's no way that I can think of to break it, to do it dirty. The best we're gonna get is what you see here. It is what it is. And also crashing Unreal. Damn it. Oh, why? Water for 25, yeah. Well, fellow Zimbabwean millionaire. How you doing, Yidis? I spilled some Pepsi. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm just gonna use my pants to clean it up. This is I'll have you know, this is a very expensive fake leather chair. Pineapple Beppies. A funny story about Ubisoft. I mean, what isn't funny that's coming out of Ubisoft lately? I'm gonna set the that style back to what it was. We'll just do the hover tooltips as we originally thought. Yeah, this is Blue Dick Boy. Look at it, he's got a blue dick. Yeah. Poking right out from his pants. The game name is no, that's not the game name. The name is Cauldron Chronicles. That's just our startup splash screen. Don't worry. All right, let me delete these and 0, 60, 40. Oh, oops. 5. I just made something similar to Spider-Man posing in a burning down Twin Towers in New York as their AC Shadows figurine merch. Oh, I saw that, yeah. They did the half Tory gate. Now, I don't know if that's the only case where you're going to see half a Tory gate. I think it's more coincidence that half a Tory gate is used as the, I believe, the Nagasaki Memorial. I think it's really just a coincidence. There are probably other places in, like, literature and manga where half a Tory gate has been used in that way. I don't think it's exclusively meant for Nagasaki Memorial, but it is very funny that somebody put those pieces together. Make shape color. Override. Do the blue. This is fine. You know, we still have the labels. Mission widget. Why are you broken? Oh. There's no other relevant half-Tory. I mean, you'd have to go to all of Japan to figure that out. But I bet there's some manga that depict half-Tory. Yeah, best we can get is the base label, which we'll do. I'll just... I want to copy a tooltip from here. Make my life easy. Or a prototype. Weird though that I changed that. Radar chart event source. Yeah, weird. Can I just get it to say like value or something? Hit array, value layers, raw values. Create the icon, set size, okay. Ubisoft is cooked. I don't know what they're doing over at Ubisoft. Definitely not focusing on making games good. I guess I could copy over this bubble. I'm gonna delete some references though. Or just try migrating without deleting the references. Yeah, I saw that. I've been keeping up with it. Okay, create widget. Tooltip. It added directly to viewport, didn't he? Weird way to handle it, but I guess it works. Or we could just create it on hover and then just remove it on unhover. I suppose it's a... I don't know if that's the way that I want to do it. And maybe not. They're doing some weird shit. They should have spent all this time and effort just making Star Wars Outlaws a good game. Clearly they didn't do that though, so... I don't know what they're up to. let's try this. For the time being. Merge games closed? I thought I heard that, but they didn't see. They just seem like an outsourcing company, like a well, not outsourcing, but publishing for code dev and porting. It'll work. Delete that. It's gonna look awkward, but is what it is. What it's about? About what? That brush. Yeah, skip the brush. Shouldn't need any of this. That offends you? What offends me? No, I'm not offended. I don't know what you're asking about. What about Darkest Dungeon? Where are you looking at? Are you looking below the stream? Oh, that's massive. Can I make that smaller? What is it in, like some scale box or some shit? Yeah, it is. I get why I always like that, but yeah, it's like it's really fucking big. It's still really big. Because it doesn't need to be that wide. But don't worry about that clip up at the top. I'm just trying to test the tooltip. Okay. Okay. Now, when passing the value through, because none of this matters. Don't need that. if you're wondering about Darkest Dungeon, it's because I worked on it. That's why it's there in the bio. Figure people might want to know what games I worked on before. Oop. There we go. That's a bit cleaner. Okay. I need to pass the actual data through to this. So instead, what we're gonna pass through is not the value index, but instead the current flavor at the index. And this way, the value that shows should show 0. Just showing 5. God damn it, why? Oh yeah, we're still okay, because I'm stupid. Technically, we should just show 0. Let me quickly just set up the fake flavor real quick. Bitterness, I think it was 60. Earthiness was 40. Everything else was 0. So it should show it. Visually, it should be the same as it was before. But now the value that the player is going to see in the tooltip will be 0, 60, 40, 0. But on the widget, technically these are 5. That way you get a bit of a spike. So that's the way that we're going to show it. It's kind of awkward. But it's a start. You know, at least we have the values, they look relatively normal. It's awkward, but I have no other way that I can show the values. Because unfortunately, if I add the labels, they're gonna force. Like it's really dumb, but this is about the only option I have. Yeah, don't worry, we can fix the spacing. This is just our start for it. Now we'll actually try to fit this into at least one of these boxes where it's supposed to be. Maybe we'll start here. We'll start with the ingredient info panel. I mean, I might be able to, at runtime, change the label name. You know, now that I think about it. Which might have been easier. I don't know. Let me check. Let me check if that could have been done. What specific section is this data in? This is in base segments. Part of the style, maybe? Base segments. Get a reference. At the current index. Break. Name. Set by reference. To string. Append. Insert the value of flavor data. Select actually, rather than doing a string, I'll do a select node. Look a bit cleaner this way. Fewer nodes. Same calculation. Now this looks a little awkward, but I think that actually just would have changed the text of the segments to show the name and then the value, which might have been so much easier. Gotta contact the dev. I think you can leave it for now and come back. Yeah, I mean, maybe. I think I will contact the dev and just ask him. You know, I'll tell him my scenario and see if he has any ideas or what he recommends. Hold on. Let me fix one thing before we test that. Where do I build flavor? That should work. Actually. Did not. I mean, it says sweet zero. It just isn't setting it by reference. Maybe it doesn't work. I mean, never mind that it's for some reason not getting the right data. I can get the tooltip to work, but I was figuring, well, wouldn't it be easier just to grab the segments? Like grab these texts and just change the text to have the value in the text itself? So it would say like, you know, sweet 50. Which theoretically I should be able to do by grabbing the segment name, unless that's not what it's called. No, that is exactly what it's called. Should have worked. It should have happened here. It's already created. So well, let me try one other thing, which is a little awkward, but let me try this. What's possible that it could be doing as well is it could be updating those every tick based on the original information. So setting it by reference would never work. Is what is very possible. It may just be that this is not going to work. It's not supposed to work. like you said, I think the better option is just contact the developer, tell him my problem, and see if he has a potential solution. But at least for the moment, that data is there. It should function. And I can test it out. If it's connected up to the old build flavor. Okay. Awkward. Obviously works here. None of we haven't brought in the new data yet, so if it says 0, that's fine, that's intended. It's just to get the values hovering over these is awkward. For a prototype, it's okay, because this does not represent the final game. This will not be the final game. So they're poops, but they're no pee. Okay, there is a poop. You can't get this in the regular game, though. This is just, I cheated this in. I mean, I could make it more obvious that these are buttons in some way. I just wish there would be some way that we could show the value without showing the ones that I don't want to show. But I'm not sure there's any way around it. That it isn't updating the values properly. Wasn't a list of top salty ingredients ranked? Oh, like sorting by flavor? Yeah, we'll probably have sorting by flavor at some point, but not right now. We need to first get potion combat in, and then, you know, that's like a quality of life thing. Function right now over QOL. It's almost like that wasn't updating the value properly. I'm going to suggest an idea somewhere so it can be saved. Yeah, you can do it on our Discord. There should be a forum post for it, but you can always make one. You know, we're like at least 3 years away from this game being released, and we need funding for that, so... Taking things slowly. Set instances for element. Update value. Oh, there's like a value layer. And then the raw values. That's awkward. segment and value. Well, it should be right. Maybe it's not sending the information correctly. That's possible. Might have unhooked it. Yeah, but ingredient info panel is right here. Build flavor. It should grab the flavor. Yeah, flavors all. It's very, very weird that it's sending zeros as it should. It sets value with the proper value index. And yet for some odd reason, it's not actually setting the values on the widget. Like these values should be updated here. But they're still showing the default values. Maybe I need to refresh the value layers? That would make sense. I'll run that at the end of that that function if that works. So I don't have to run it every time. Every loop. No, it's not even working that way. What the fuck? Updates visuals, paint only changes like font size, colors, line thickness. Fundamental changes like layouting and altering the amount of segments will be ignored. Whereas they are only evaluated on construct. Use force rebuild if you change the chart drastically. Okay, let's try that. Why is it doing that? Like, this should just be a tiny little circle in the center. But visually it hasn't changed. The numbers have changed. The numbers are showing properly. But visually it's the exact same thing, and I don't know why it's not updating the visuals of the chart. Didn't connect it? Where? It all looks connected to me. Build flavor. No, this looks fine. We have build flavor here. It's referencing the right widget. Now it's working. Just gotta fix this issue. I'm not sure how I want to fix. Because it's getting the raw, it's acting like this is on the screen here. You know, and actually if we built this properly, and we started adding some ingredients in, it would probably move those down. Yeah. Okay. How could I get the tooltips to appear? On this itself. Oh yeah, this is not important. That's part of what we need to fix. UE5 world space, or I guess 3D widget. Tooltip. Currently on hover, we get the screen space position of the event. Let me try this. This is actually gonna break the other usages of it, but I just want to see if this works on that panel. If it does, we can set up specifically a couple of scenarios where it's moving minus 16 on the Y. It does. It does work. It just, I need to do the values a bit differently. It's still gonna look awkward, but over to the right. Why is it over to the right? Let me just plug it in directly and see where it shows up. I want it to appear like a little bit above where the mouse is hovering, which you would think is the Y. Kind of awkward, isn't it? I can manually fix that with an offset. Yeah, and this uses the other widget that we need to update. Don't worry, this menu doesn't matter. It's only the 3D widget that is the issue here. No, we can fix this. Mouse position on viewport. This is probably just gonna have the same effect. There's a very easy way to fix this, but we just need to first figure out why it's offset like this. It's better. You'll still have issues like that where you move it fast. How can we change it? This is better because it's grabbing the position of the mouse on the viewport. And we could modify that. We could do an offset, right? The problem is that the mouse changes its position every tick. And if it is calling this before grabbing the new position of the mouse, that's, where you move it fast. It still thinks it's a little bit behind. If you move the mouse slow, you're not really going to feel that effect. But the faster you move it, if you do manage to land directly on that, you'll feel it. That's not the greatest. We could say whatever. It's a prototype. Who cares? But is there an easier way to fix this? don't think there is. I don't even know if the dev would have an easy way to solve this. This is a specific case of a 3D widget. And he has 3D widgets in his level too. He's got this one, but it doesn't have tooltips. Well, it does, but it shows it on the... I mean, that is an option, I guess. We could do it that way. Yeah, it's making it part of the widget itself, which I thought might be a possible way to do it. No, I know how it's handling it. I don't think it matters. I think we could keep it this way for the moment. It's not really that destructive. Let's see. So just awkward. It works fine here, just it thinks that this is actually on the screen. Which it isn't. Not that big of a deal though, we can just do it this way. Awkward. I'll say the Cauldron Potion panel, which I think is this one, right? Yeah. This is a 3D widget. And the processing box, which we don't have put in yet. So technically it should use the better positioning for ones that actually appear on the HUD, and the ones that are 3D widgets, it will use the fallback, which is by mouse position. which works. It's not perfect, but it works. We'll have a couple of problems. Ooh, gotta fix that. It's a bug. Mainly because you can't hover on these. They only appear when you hover over the ingredients themselves. So we'll turn it into a widget that stays up. It will do selections. And we'll need to do that in the ingredient shelf too, because the ingredient shelf works similarly. Although that's a relatively easy refactor too. Why is this so big on the center? Well, I haven't changed the size of it yet. I'm worrying about the size and look of it later. What matters now is it functional? Then we can adjust size of text, how it looks, all that good stuff. Function first, then we can worry about looks. Alright, that should pull in the new... Well, the next, we have to fix all the cases where flavor is mentioned. We need to make sure that there aren't any bugs, that we're updating that panel when it should be updated, and then we can come in and we can fix visual aspects, individual problems. One thing at a time here. Okay. Well, now we have our ingredient info in Erasmus. So you can see the proper values here. At work, but wanted to stream you in the background. Nice. You can listen to me fixing bugs. At least now we have the values that we wanted. This one's kind of awkward. It's super salty. I forgot to say this when we first met, but then it was too awkward to correct you, but screw it, call me Nano. Okay, Nano. No worries. Yeah, this needs to be updated. I mean, the important thing is that it looks okay. It you know, it is a spike in the salty direction, but this is the most extreme scenario where we only have one flavor, and yet it's still visible that it goes into the salty direction. So that's okay. That's good. This bug will be fixed. Okay, so at least we have this working. We have this functional. We have it on screen. There's also a bit of earthiness. We have other rocks with earthiness. We kind of went with the crystals in extremes. It's like, so one of the crystals is really spicy, one of them is really salty. We can always adjust it later. Commission widget. This is a lower priority to fix, but we'll still fix it. Do I want to fix this? This is only part of the alchemy test map. Nah, fuck it, I'm not gonna fix it. Fuck it. You can only get there by cheating, and it's fine if it's not updated. We can change it? Change what? Oh, that we can change. Yeah, we could always update flavor. We just update it here. Export, re-import, done. This one is working. Here, this one is building the flavor. So that's not a problem. Cauldron potion panel. This one is not. Because we're doing the averaging here. So we need to, yeah, we need to remake this. And then we'll have to update the flavor array too. Okay, yeah, I see the issue. Flavor sum. What do we make this sweetness, bitterness, sourness array? Oh, I see. What we're doing right now is because the resulting potion is an average of the flavors that we put in there. So we need to upgrade that from only taking in 3 float values to now taking in 7 integer values. So we have to change the math, we have to change the base arrays that we have to work with. Kind of annoying. Add all flavor values to arrays. Why do we do that? Oh, I see. Okay, I see why we did it that way. Yeah, okay, we can do it that way, it's fine. We're saving all of the potion data's flavors into separate arrays and then averaging each array separately. It looks weird. Oops. But I get why we're doing it. We're like sorting these into individual arrays. Is what's going on. Oops. The message just played in your ear? No. I'm reading them manually. Okay, add. Select. I don't really know why we did it like this, but I'd rather just update it based on what was working than try to refactor the whole thing and screw it up. So for the time being, this will function just beautifully. I think that's how it was before. Oh yeah, we need the index here too. Okay, it's fine. Ignore going backwards. What I can do is diff this against the depot, just to double check that that's how it was working prior. Yes. It is, okay. Okay. Now we will fix this. We just basically need to change all the math over to integer math instead of float math. Sweetness, bitterness, sourness, earthiness, savoriness, saltiness and spiciness. Flavor sum needs to be changed to an integer. to grab the length. Now we can't do an exact divide because, you know, of course we'll have a remainder, right? So we need to do what's the best way we can do this? I mean, what we could do is we could convert the integer to a float, keep the float math, but then just round it to the nearest integer. That sounds like the better solution. We'll switch that back for the moment. Do a plussy boy. Because otherwise we're going to have remainders, it's going to get awkward. You know, we don't want to have to deal with that bullshit. That's okay. Current array index. Give me a sec. Because we were previously adjusting each slider individually, which is really awkward. I'd rather just rebuild the flavor and then send that to the... Well, we could do that, but I need to see what this cell looked like before. I was adding the divided value to the potion flavor array and then resetting flavor sum. We're just going to delete the two set texts and anything related to it here. And rather than setting individual values like we have here, we will just call, we'll build the potion and then we'll tell it to build the flavor data. Truncate? No, I want to do a round. It does round to nearest, right? Yeah. Want some documentation for it? Well, thank you. That's quite helpful. I wish I had seen this before. Oopsies. Oh well, we'll keep it open. We might need it again. Thank you for sending that, though. I do appreciate it. Instead, we'll do that, and then down here... They did all the values? What do you mean? No, the issue is we only had 3 values to work with before, and now we have 7. And we changed them from floats to integers. So instead of updating the values here individually, I'll just update them in one swoop. Make it a bit cleaner. Yeah, keep in mind, we're not fixing bugs that existed before, we're fixing bugs that we had to make by refactoring. So any bugs that you see me fixing they had to occur. Because this went from 3 to 7 and we changed the value completely. It's more just me trying to see what I was doing before with it. I deleted nodes. Oh yeah, okay. I see. It's gonna look kind of weird. But whatever. Don't judge me. This is easier than making a loop. Okay, the flavor widget, it was what, update? No, it was build flavor. Okay, if that's working properly, it should do the math as it was doing before. I need to change the default values, but that's fine. Let's take something that we can reasonably understand what the averages would be. So maybe 2 things with some simple... Where are my crystals? That'll work. That'll work. So it's pure earthy, of course, right now, because the earthy flavor of that is 65. So if we divide that by 2, we should round to the nearest. I think it'll round up. So because earthy 65, this is at 75. we would just half each of those because the other values on each are 0. So this should become 33. And this should become something. Do the math. 75 divided by 2. 33 and 38. Yeah. Okay. That is working. Although I still wish we had a better way to show the value. We can work on that. More importantly, we have the numbers for now. We can fix how it looks before the next build. That's good. Throw in some other, like, kind of crazy stuff, I don't know. Throw in a toxic cap. Be the river bream. Nice and savory. So we can see that the resulting potion will taste primarily salty and earthy. Little savory, little bitter, little sour. And let's throw in, I don't know, something. That's weird. Super sour, just to see what happens. It's also a little spicy. Yeah. Oh, I don't care about performance. That is nice, though. Performance doesn't matter, though, for this. Since we're just working with a prototype. No, that isn't the issue with the movement. It's an issue with the whole game itself, and when we get the last known mouse position. So it's not an issue with the widget. It's an issue with the game ticks. But it doesn't really cause a major problem. You can see that it's a little offset if you move your mouse fast. But until we have a better way for showing these, like we could just show these in the middle like we were before, show them, I don't know. You know, we have extra space here, right? We have space to the right and left. We could just move the flavor radar widget over to the side. And, you know, then we could do something over here to the right here. So we have options. But I think right now for me, the most important thing is that we just get the information. We get all the functions fixed, no more bugs, all the flavors updated, and then we can say, okay, let's move the radar widget to the left. Let's do values over to the right. You know, that'll look better. Because I think it's visually appealing to have the radar widget. It's good at a glance. But we need static values there like we had before. Because I think that looked nicer. It's just this wouldn't have been able to support 7 values. So this supports 7 values a bit nicer in both a visual and then we can do it in a text way. Like, here's info, here's like effects, right? And then we have we can move the radar widget over to the side, and then we can do values. And then we can do like this, right? We can put 7 over there pretty easily. And I think that would look better. What combinations we'll do? Well, combinations of flavors right now change the, they average out. Okay, so the reason that flavor is important is because you make potions for NPCs, right? And sometimes NPCs will ask for a specific flavor. So an assassin might come up and say, hey, I want a, you know, a very neutral flavor potion. I don't want it to be too, I want a poison, but I don't want it to be too easily noticeable. You know, I'm going to be putting it in wine or something, right? So don't make it, I don't know, what would taste out of place in a wine? Maybe something bitter, you know, it would taste like the wine is off and then the person isn't going to drink it. So things like that. So flavor matters in certain scenarios with NPC commissions, where they may say, I really like sweet potions, or I'm giving this to a young kid, right? Like it's a cure poison potion for a kid. And the kid isn't going to keep down like a really bitter or salty potion, but if it tastes sweet, maybe they will, right? So we can say, okay, let's go over and let's make a cure disease potion. Or cure poison, we said. This has cure poison 2. Cure poison 1, that's fine. But we can see that this potion is going to end up pretty bitter, right? Or sour. But we can make this more sweet by putting in some honey, maybe. Honey is sweet. And we can boost its sweetness up. That's it for quests. Primarily, yeah. This is a narrative-driven game, right? You're making potions for NPCs to change their fate. You know, if you give the assassin who wanted poison a health potion, maybe he gets caught, he gets thrown in jail. The person he was trying to poison is still alive. You may purposefully sabotage somebody in another way. Flavors matter. Flavor matters. Effects matter. All those are important. For the, you know, branching dialogues, things like that. You can actually throw in cane sugar too if you want. Make it even more sweet. And if we use something with cure poison on it that was already sweet, because these are not very sweet. Yeah, this is an RPG at its core. This is you are a specialist, you are an alchemist, people come to you looking for specialized potions for their needs. And sometimes their needs will include the flavor, or they just desire it. They're like, well, I like this, can you make it taste like this? And you'll get a better reward, you'll have a higher likelihood of affecting their fate in some way, or if you purposefully sabotage the flavor, that could have a negative effect or a positive effect depending on what you want to do. It's all, are you doing your job properly? Ooh, blue crystal is sweet and has cure poison. Barrel cactus isn't sweet. Yeah, I don't know if we have any other option for something that's sweet, but that can help to offset it a bit. The dark cap is pretty neutral in flavor. Oh yeah, see, doing that, we get cure poison, sweetness value of 63. So if the commission, and we wouldn't know this as a player, but if the person said, hey, I'm giving this cure poison to a kid, please make it sweet so that they're more likely to drink it, you know, we can min-max that, right? We can then determine behind the scenes, well, we accept any value above 40 for the sweetness value to have been considered acceptable. And if it's not, maybe the person says, okay, well, you know, they took the cure poison potion, but it wasn't very sweet like I asked you to. So it was a bit harder to go down. You know, maybe that's the intention, or it wasn't sweet at all. It was like maybe super bitter, and she wouldn't drink it, and she died. So, you know, thanks for that, asshole. This is a choose your own adventure, choose your own fate. Do your job properly. People will be happy. Don't do your job properly. People might not be happy. Alright, so that one's fixed. Cauldron ingredient info panel. This is the one that appears above. We do have the build panel and we have the flavor here. Realistically, to fix this, we just need to delete the flavor box. We did set a size box on this. I mean, this is 100% going to be too large. What if I fail? Can I get the ingredients which reward from quest? Gives me somewhere else. There'll be quests that you can do by only taking specific rewards from other quests. You shouldn't need, so sometimes, yes, quests can give you ingredients, right? Or people, if you help somebody out, they might bring you ingredients back. For instance, our goblin thief, he brings you back some of the loot that he gets from a bandit encampment, which are ingredients. He was like, well, you're an alchemist, I saw these sitting here. You shouldn't ever need any of those ingredients to do quests, but they may make it much easier to complete those commissions from other NPCs. How big can we make that? There's a good example that I use. I kind of quickly flowcharted out our prototype character and how his stories might end up. His name is Spoon. That's why you'll see Spoon start here. He has a few tiers of encounter. So this is your initial encounter with him. Depending on how you talk to him, how you provide the potion, you could end up in any one of these side bits with him. He might even end up dead. You might just kill him. And then he's never going to show up in the game again. All of our characters will be named NPCs. So you get to decide if you want to kill them, if you want to sabotage them, if you want to help them. Maybe you don't like them. Maybe they're an asshole. Maybe you don't agree with their worldview. You can just tell them, no, I'm not doing business with you. And then from there, you might have some additional possibilities with him. And those can lead into other encounters too, until his story is considered an end. User specified. I mean, I can probably, I can't make it, I don't want to make it too small, but I can definitely make it smaller. What we could do, because this is an instance, be hide flavor. Or hide, that's the wrong, I'll do hide title. Will it be any farming quests? Any economy, for example, I can sell sweet potion to Granny Cook so she can fill appetite of villagers. Yes, but maybe not in the way you're thinking. We want these stories to be handwritten, to have clear goals and outcomes. So there might be a granny character who comes from a village, who asks for that potion, but we handwrite this. And so if you wanna give her poison, you know, to kill all the villagers, we can, you know, specify that that is the outcome of that. So it's not that it's like, it's not going to be randomly generated. It's not going to be generic text or anything. It's going to be handwritten. This is the outcome, and that's how. So it's like the quest, it's not like a quest that appears or that you pull off of some job board or something. It is that she will appear at your hut and ask you for this. So you can consult her many times and buy ingredients for specific quests. There will be merchants, and there might be characters that you meet who, if you help them, they can sell you ingredients from like a local farm or something, right? But it's more like, yeah, you are not an alchemist or mass production. You are a specialist. Think of like somebody who makes violins, right? You go down to this old guy who's been doing it for like the last 50 years. This is what he does. People go in there and they say, I need this specific thing or this specific scenario, and then he creates it. And that's how you work. You're not a shopkeeper. You're not a you won't have this queue of NPCs that arrives. It's, you will occasionally meet an NPC who has a specific need and is a named NPC with their own quest line, and depending on how you help them, can shape their fate, can shape the fate of a kingdom, of other NPCs that you meet. Very like a NPC / narrative driven kind of game like that. Not a shopkeeping game. That should fill. Oh, because I did padding. Yeah, I can take the padding off of that. Put the padding on this. This will be the title box. Set visibility. Non-hit testable, self and children. Okay. And now on this, we can tell it to hide the title. We'll see how that looks just for the moment. Still fucking big. It is really big. It's kind of okay here, although it's still probably a little bit too big here too. It's big everywhere is what it is. I mean, this panel we can always just move up a bit. Not too much of a problem. Just don't think I can... I don't have a lot of space to work with on this. Unless I change the camera angle. Which I could do. Have it lean up a little bit more. I don't really want to make it any smaller than 80%. Unless we increase the size of the text. Although I don't think it matters as much if we do this solution. Where we have the specific values like this. Which is redundant, maybe, sure. Missing umami? That is the savoriness, is the umami. I did not know those were kind of the same thing. But umami and savoriness are considered the same thing. Still missing the word. I'll put an option in the options menu just for you, Frades, to change the title of savoriness to umami. How about that? I'll call it the Frades option. If I can have an option in the game, I'd rather save it for something more important. Fair. Let me double check to make sure that flavor stuff is working as it's supposed to. Not updating, but we need to fix that. It's fine. I mean, I could always pull this camera out just a little bit too, although, again, I didn't want to. I could change the FOV. Just sucks. Who knew that doing this one small thing would change so much? I love that you can hide unconnected pins. Nobody told me about that before. Okay, that one should be fixed. The only one that we have left is the processing box. That is in a similar scenario as this one, where we don't have a lot of space to work with. I can update that amount of space. What is this? This is your mock-up? Quests won't be seen. Stats and quests isn't going to be a necessary thing. This might be too small, though. That's really hard to see. I get the intention, but it's really hard to see that. It may as well not be on the screen at all. You know, at full screen like this, it's fine. This is visible, very visible. But here, I mean, if I make this any smaller, we have a problem. And especially this one, because it's even smaller. People are already complaining about text size. Granted, this is not how it's going to look in the final game. These are just me saying to the eventual art director that, hey, when you're making a potion, I want this information on the screen somehow. And the art director can, and a UI designer can be, they can deal with that problem. I make the systems. I pass it to artistic people. This one's fine. This, you know, we can zoom into here, so I can kind of... It's not going to look too bad here. We could get rid of tags. You know, honestly, we do not use tags right now. I have them there because I thought there might be some use case. But I suppose if we don't have it, it's just kind of confusing to have. So we could save some space by just getting rid of tags. Is this T cannot modify? Oh, I know why we have that. That'll save us a little bit of space. No, we don't need tags. Similar ingredients? I don't know if we need that either. Hard to know what a similar ingredient is. Keep in mind there will be like an encyclopedia book that you'll have on there that will have more information. You'll be able to look up detailed information of ingredients, where you find them, potions you used this in previously, things like that. It's art lead. We don't have an art lead. You're looking at the developer. We're making our prototype. So art stuff does not matter at the moment. What matters is function. The quicker we can make it, the quicker we can pitch this to a publisher. Yeah, that saves me a little space. Correct answer is maybe. I mean, okay, that's a good point. Need programmers? Yeah, we have a couple programmers, but there's not much need for a programmer at the moment. We can do everything we need to with blueprints for the most part. Yeah, fuck the tags. Pull that up. Where else do we do tags? Here. Here. Remember, the point of a prototype is to do it as fast as possible. It does not need to look good. It can be a little bit buggy. That'll work. I wasn't saying it to you, Frades, don't worry. This is gonna look awkward. I'm not gonna delete it. We can always put it back where it needs to be if we decide to bring tags back. Buying ourselves some extra space. Oops, I had the word tags. How much space do we have on that bottom panel? Not a lot. Unless you move the brew potion button somewhere else, which you could do. So I might move the camera up just a tad on the alchemy table. For those curious, I'll show you our budget and our timeline. Ignore the dates on here, I just use those as a reference point. We're looking at about 3 years of development for this game, with 15 people during height of production. So near ended at vertical slice, and of course then through alpha and most of beta. But alpha is usually this is our content phase. Vertical slice, we're gonna need about 12 people. We're only 3 people right now, but I'm the only one full-time. We don't have funding yet. Realistically, yes, we would only need a couple programmers to help us finish up first playable. That's ideal. I don't think we're gonna get that ideal because I don't have any money. Then we go to publisher and pitch our first playable build to get funding for vertical slice, which should be about 700,000 US dollars. Full production cost is probably going to be between $3 million to $4 million, which is pretty low considering the team and size, but that's because I'm in Poland and, you know, cost of living is much lower. But if we can make our vertical slice, we're golden. We are golden. And if it's fun, of course. That's the hope, though. So keep in mind what you're seeing is not representative of the final product. It is not going to be the final product. The quicker I can do anything visual, the better. And there will be plenty of time for iteration in the future. I can move that up. Let's see what that looks like at negative 35 degrees. That is definitely better. Gives me a lot more space to work with. Okay, then let me move it up. I just moved the camera up by 5 degrees for the cauldron view, which is represented by this blue arrow. So the root is here, so it would be about like, you know, like here roughly. I use the blue arrows to show the views that you can go into. Cauldron ingredient info panel. What does it look like if I reset the scale on? Yeah, that looks good. And then the Cauldron Potion panel. I thought I hid the tags. I did not hide the tags. Did you talk to the music people, or do I remember wrong? I'm going to do that this weekend. I'm going to send a message to her. YouTube comment. Every time I talk about the Stop Killing Games initiative, I swear, it's just blows up interactions. It's a very hot button issue. Well, you know, I and some others have mentioned that it's a challenging initiative to what the fuck? Why are these? You see these? These turn on. Wait. Have they always done that? I've never noticed that before. Yeah, see now, that being at the same size, it's much easier to read. Yeah, the Stop Killing Games initiative is pretty hot. You know, players don't want their games killed. I agree with that. Great. I think it's just a more difficult thing to obtain. I think there are a lot of challenges with it behind the scenes. The last thing we need to do is update the processing box. Let's delete this. Add the flavor widget. Is 3D widget true? And here we can delete all of that. Get the flavor widget and build flavor. Fix the size of it. We'll hide the title as well. It's not gonna fit. I mean, even if I make this a fraction of the size, it's not gonna fit. Well, maybe. Try to 75%. You know, I can always pass through. I could always make multiple like scales of them and modify the text size based on that too, so we do have some options if we need to do it some different way. Like really fucking small. That's way too tiny. Yeah, I mean, it can come up to like 65%. It's not hoverable. Probably because we have this on top. Let me see what we're hitting there. And why we're hitting something. Debug that. That's weird. Oh. Yeah, I don't know why I can't hover over it here. Something is appearing above it. I mean, we have an overlay. It could be this cannot modify border, but it's set to collapse by default. So it shouldn't be hittable at all. Oh, we set it to hidden. Why do we set it to hidden, not collapsed? There's our problem. I'm sure we did that for a good reason. I don't know what that reason is. Or we didn't. But either we just fixed a bug or we created a new bug. It's still not hittable. Do we set its visibility anywhere else? No, we set it to collapsed or visible. Visible. You ran a video from 2 months ago. Counts were doing the same thing. Well, thank you for checking those. That's for the intensity. The fuck? Are they just broken or something? What is this? What is it not loop? How did we never notice that before? That's so awkward. Alright, I'll fix it at some point. Not crucial. Processing box info panel. I just want to throw this on here and see if there's a reason why it's doing this. If we have the same issue here, then we know that we have an issue. No, it's appearing here. Something is eating our input, and I don't know what it is. We're not gonna need tooltip. Is it possibly because it's too small? Shouldn't be. It shouldn't be a problem. Get mouse position. But I can't really check if it's hitting anything. I'd have to... Like that's what the widget reflector is for telling me if I'm actually hitting anything. I wonder if I didn't set it to receive hardware input on the processing boxes, because it didn't need to have them. It did not have receive hardware input. That was probably the issue. That was the issue. Yeah, we'll find some better way to display values. In fact, we'll do that right now because we have time. And then we have a lot of places that we need to fix up the info. Well, actually, if we do this, we wouldn't need to do that. So let's just modify the flavor widget. Wrap with a vertical box. And get me a horizontal box. Oh no, wait, replace this with a other way around. Replace with a horizontal box, and then give me a vertical box. Give me some text. We will say values. Get some padding on the left. Do that horizontal box. Text we'll say is sweetness. Put a vertical spacer in here too if we wanted. Get rid of the padding on there. We'll put the padding on this image instead. Yeah, do a fill. I don't like how much space is there. But I think that would be... Yeah, that looks fine. Need to make sure there's enough space here. do that. Oop. Center that. That should already be centered. A little bit better. Technically, here the title's not going to show up, so this is going to be pushed up. Theoretically looking okay. I suppose we'll see. Let's just get our 7 values in and we'll figure it out. We do a fill and then we separate this like here. Sweetness value box. What does that look like? Kind of runs off a bit. Yeah, it's because we have that if the flavor pushed up off the bottom a bit. We can fix that by putting some bottom padding on this, I think. That'll keep the values centered. Sourness. Sournessness. Oops. Savoriness. Saltiness. Spiciness. Get these to be aligned, better for visuals. Alright, let's update these T. Bitterness value. sourness. Now hooking up the actual numbers into this should be a breeze, because we already have the information. The bigger question is, how is this actually going to look on screen? Here it is. Pretty small. Pretty small. Increase the spacing a little bit more, maybe. Definitely looks better on some places than others. That's for sure. We'll need to remember to get rid of the default value too on the radar widget. And default, these should be 0. Yeah, unbuild flavor. The order is sweetness, bitterness, sourness, earthy, savory, salty, spicy. And we just hook these up. Then we can change the text based on the index that we're looping through. That should work. Might have to fix a couple of the alignments. I don't think I hit up all the panels. Like this one. But at least now you have the text values along with the visuals, which, yeah, might have been a bit more clutter, but... well... it is what it is. The alignment's kind of weird on that now. But it is working. Just some of these are really small. We could increase the scale back up for this. You could always try to reduce the space between effects too. Which will give us just a little bit more space to work with. What a lot of work this is. Keep in mind the title will be hidden, so we do gain a little bit of room. Even though it's overflowing, it shouldn't overflow here, and that'll get us up to 70%. Better. Better. Could be better, but it is better than what it was. Alright, let's fix the layout. Folder ingredient info panel was okay. Folder potion panel was okay. This one was not okay. Need to do that. This one too. Good plan, dude. How's your morning? It's going. It's a slow journey of our new radar widget. Here in Poland, how's your evening? Yeah, it's gonna get pretty cold this weekend, I think. Gotta prepare. Yeah. Perfect time for some mulled wine. Granted, it could be burning hot outside. I'll still find an excuse. Well, it's like, well, you know, we're running, it's hot outside, so we run the AC, but then I get cold, so I still, you know, I need to drink it, because fall is among us. So he said it. He said the Among Us. But we have our new radar widget. We have our new flavors, our new effects. I think honestly because we don't need to even have the tooltip anymore. I guess it was kind of nice. But is it even necessary anymore? I don't think so. We could unhook that now that we have the values there. Or just keep it for the lulz. Thanks for the support? Yeah, no problem, man. Hey. Somebody gave me a lot of support when I started. A, associate who had played my Darkest Dungeon mods before. So I have him to thank for reaching affiliate pretty quickly. Very nice guy. I think this aspect of the potion or the ingredient overhaul is functional. I don't know if there's any other problems that I need to fix up with it with flavor. Well, I do know there are other problems, and it's going to have to be everything with narrative. Everything with the NPCs is borked. All their commission data, all of their requirements, their responses. All of that's going to be messed up. But I think it's going to take a lot longer than 2 hours to fix. I can double check though. Yeah, okay, so for potion needs, we changed it to an array. However, did we actually fix up the function for that? I don't think so. Yes, we did. Okay, we fixed up the function for that. We didn't fix up the previously existing data for main potion requirements. Or main potion flavor requirements. We would also have main potion flavor responses. Yeah, that's reset the amount, but they're still there, so we could, if I exported that recently, which I might have exported that, we could just pull the data up again. When was this exported? 7/1/2024. Yeah, ain't no way that I have I have the data still there. There's no way. No, I don't. I could always go back to a previous version of the build, export that one, and then bring the new one in. But like I said, I don't think that there's enough time to do all this today, because not only do I need to fix this, which I could fix pretty quickly, we'd also have to rewrite all of the effect responses, both in... Why is that orange? Wait, it deleted... Oh, because Thief 3 doesn't... Never mind. No, it didn't delete anything. Okay. Thought it deleted some lines there for a second. But yeah, we'd have to rewrite all of the potion response... all the effect responses here Because now these are no longer legitimate effects anymore. Some of them still are, but like restore health, regenerate health, fortify health. We only have 2 of those. Fortify block is not a thing anymore, we have bulwark instead. And we'd have to write new responses for new effects that we've added and connect those up. Good thing is that's kind of just adding lines here. We don't have to really change the flow. That's just gonna be a whole day or 2 of going through these. Yeah, we definitely don't have enough time today. So instead, what do we say if everything looks fine? We'll call it here for today, and I can do a couple of Tim Kaine videos. We can do some education. And then next time we come back to this, we can fix up the story. Yeah, I like this. This looks good. Let me take a screenshot. Can send it to some friends. Oh, Tonic, you sent me something earlier. What did you send? You sent me some BPs. What did you send me earlier? What was that in reference to? Alright, let's call it there then. I'll jump over to YouTube, and if everything's looking okay here, I can upload this. We have a lot that we changed though. we have an awful lot that we updated. Oh boy. Checked out but unchanged. Oh, we'll keep it, whatever. The tree to heal was unchanged. No, it's still a work in progress, so whatever. Alright, I'll end the YouTube recording there, but then we can... Wait, what? Oh yeah, because I have that other project open. And then we'll jump over to YouTube. Here we go. Alright, that'll be it for YouTube. See you, YouTube. See you in a while, because I have to play Starfield, Shattered Space, and we have Kickstarter reviews on Sunday. So it'll be like a little over a week before we jump back into Cauldron Chronicles. No worries.